The Subcommittee on Government Operations will come to order, and without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. I want to thank you both for coming. We have a few other things that are going on, so we'll have members coming in and out. We're here today, obviously, to examine the Taxpayer Advocate's 2015 annual report. The Taxpayer Advocate is she is statutorily required to provide a report to Congress and must also identify 20 of the most serious problems facing the American taxpayer. So I look forward to hearing from my friend Nina Olson, the Taxpayer Advocate, about how to better serve the American taxpayers by overcoming these problems. I would, on a personal note, just say thank you, Ms. Olson, for coming to Western North Carolina to advocate on behalf of the taxpayer and really to hear the concerns of so many. It was very refreshing, well received, and it just shows that you're going the extra mile to get that input. I'd also like to thank you for your dedication to working to protect the American taxpayer. This was on full display when you came to my district for the town hall, but it was also interesting to see the other information that was helpful to understand about tax administration. As far as this year's annual report, I'd like to note that as we look to spend considerable time discussing the future state plan that is currently being developed by the IRS. This plan will lead to a greater electronic tax administration and online service for the IRS. We obviously have a witness here from my home state of from Greensboro, North Carolina, to talk on those issues. And these are a positive and important trend for the American taxpayer. However, we want to make sure that we have the responsibility to ensure that these are done in a safe, secure manner that protects the information and rights of the taxpayer. So I would welcome comments of the Taxpayer Advocate on this topic, as well as yours, Mr. Butow, the Chairman of the Electronic Tax Administration Advisory Committee. Your expertise in the area of tax administration will provide a valuable insight as Congress conducts the oversight of the IRS's future state plan. The Taxpayer Advocate report also discusses troubling trends in two important areas: improper payments of the Earned Income Tax Credit and the difficulties administering the Affordable Care Act. The EITC is one of the largest and most important tax credits available to low-income taxpayers, and the Taxpayer Advocate reports that noted an estimated 27%, that's right, 27% of the $65 billion in EITC claims result in improper payments. This is roughly $17.5 billion and potentially a massive waste. We'll look forward to hearing more from the Taxpayer Advocate about what is being done to reduce the improper payments with regards to the EITC payment program. Regarding the ACA, the IRS has seen massive overpayments by individuals of the individual mandate penalty fee. Last year, approximately 412,000 taxpayers overpaid by an average of $123 per return. The IRS needs to help taxpayers understand precisely what is their penalty for payments under the ACA. The Taxpayer Advocate also noted that the businesses face a complicated calculation to establish their obligations to pay the employer shared responsibility payment under the ACA. We have heard from constituents in my district as it relates to that complex issue as well. The IRS has not issued any clear guidance to help them calculate that payment obligation. Furthermore, the Taxpayer Advocate reports that the IRS's employees who will handle those complex cases lack this specialized training needed to do their job effectively. So in short, the ACA has imposed burdensome requirements on the American taxpayer, but the IRS is not doing enough to help the public understand and comply with the law. I look forward to hearing from both of our witnesses today, and I want to thank each of you for coming. And I'll now recognize Ms. Plaskett as the ranking member providing an an opening statement instead of Mr. Conley. So she is now recognized for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here with us. I first want to thank Mrs. Olson, Mr. Butow for the work that they do and for being here today. I sincerely believe that the work that you both do on behalf of taxpayers and Congress is vitally important, especially this time of the year when millions of Americans are filing their taxes and, frustrating. And I personally, I think I have little stomach aches during this time of year. What about you, Mark?
Without a doubt.
I hear from my constituents, and I know, Ms. Olson, you hear from people all over the country who find themselves this time of year frustrated and stressed. I appreciate the forums you've been holding around the country, listening to stakeholders and taxpayers alike so that we can learn what their concerns are and how we can look for solutions. That's fantastic. Many of these frustrations stem from having a difficult time getting through to a person at the IRS, whether it's the long wait times for calls or not having a call answered at all. Unfortunately, this less than robust service is not unexpected. When Congress slashes the inflation-adjusted budget of the IRS by $1.2 billion, I do not know what we expect to happen to taxpayer services. Ms. Olson, you addressed this in your report, stating, and I quote, "The National Taxpayer Advocate has been recommending against significant reduction in the IRS's budget because reductions of this magnitude harm taxpayers. Because of the budget cuts Congress has imposed, the IRS has cut staffing and now has 13,000 fewer full-time permanent employees. Because of the budget cuts, IRS's IT systems are totally obsolete. Some of the systems date back to, I thought this was a typo when I saw it, but it says Kennedy administration. These systems are so old that young IT professionals and recent college graduates do not want and do not know how to work on them. The IRS cannot find people who can code in the old languages that run these systems. This is absolutely unsustainable. The IRS has outlined its plan to modernize its IT systems, create efficiencies through online taxpayer accounts and its future state initiatives. Congress needs to fund this initiative so that we can reverse this trend of degrading taxpayer services because of the cuts we've made. Congress approved $290 million in additional funding for fiscal year 2016, which was a step in the right direction, but we need to make strides, not mere steps. But online customer service is not a one-size-fits-all solution for the country. There are millions of taxpayers who do not have access to or feel comfortable doing financial transactions online still. The IRS needs to take this into account. Ms. Olson, I understand you have some concerns about this plan, and I look forward to hearing from you today, and the IRS needs to take these concerns into account when moving forward. The IRS needs to be transparent and engage with taxpayers and Congress as they develop the future state initiative. You also raised an excellent point, Mrs. Olson, when you state, and I quote, "In this environment of more work and inadequate funding, it is easy to bash the IRS. This bashing, in turn, can produce a bunker mentality in the IRS that makes it wary of sharing things with the public until they are absolutely finalized. But that means the IRS will almost certainly miss things and get things wrong, precisely because it hasn't engaged the public and floated proposals publicly before they become set in stone. You also recommend Congress assert our oversight authority and insist the IRS come sooner rather than later to explain the specifics of the future state initiative. You also state, and I'm going to quote you again, "It is important that these hearings be kept separate from the hearings Congress has conducted in recent years over actual or perceived IRS shortcomings, letting us see their plans and their initiatives and their thoughts on moving forward, not just having hearings about what specifically they're doing." I feel like you were speaking directly to this committee. Were you not, Ms. Olson? I call on my Republican colleagues to heed this advice and to bury the hatchet so that we can work together to improve taxpayer services for all of our constituents. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentlewoman for her comments and want to follow up just very briefly on that. It is very easy when we start to look at problems in the federal government to paint with a very broad brush all federal employees. I've had the opportunity, Ms. Olson, you know, I had the opportunity to visit some of the employees at the IRS. It's part of a longer process where not only do we visit them here, but throughout the country, as you and I have discussed. And so I want, for the record today, for all those IRS employees to know that the vast majority of them want to serve the American taxpayer, not only in a professional manner, but in one that is indicative of customer service that would be highlighted in the best of the private sector. So my hat's off to the hundreds of thousands of federal workers who each day show up. I'm committed in a bipartisan way to make sure that we address the real problems and focus in on that. That's the reason for this hearing today. And yet at the same time, applaud those who day in, day out show up to work very diligently on behalf of the American taxpayer. So I'd like to say that we will hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any member who would like to submit a written statement. We'll now recognize our panel of witnesses. I'm pleased to welcome Ms. Nina Olson, the National Taxpayer Advocate at the Internal Revenue Service, and Mr. James Butow, the Chairman of the Electronic Tax Administration Advisory Committee at the Internal Revenue Service. Welcome to you both, and pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses will be sworn in before they testify. So I'd ask you to please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. In order to allow time for discussion and questions, we'd ask that you limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes, but your entire written statement will be made part of the record. So I'd like to recognize you, Ms. Olson, for 5 minutes.
Okay. Chairman Meadows, Ranking Member Plaskett, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for holding today's hearing on the National Taxpayer Advocate's 2015 annual report to Congress. In the report, I identified the IRS's future state plan as the #1 most serious problem for taxpayers, and I will focus on that issue in my testimony today. I will start with a simple but foundational question. What is taxation about? To my mind, taxation involves taking money from one person and applying that taking to the greater good of many, if not all. That is an extraordinary thing to ask of people. A tax system depends on taxpayers being willing to offer up their hard-earned or saved dollars and let their money be applied to everyone's or someone else's benefit. So the central question in tax administration is, how do we promote that willingness? What does the tax administrator need to do to maintain and expand taxpayers' willingness to pay their taxes? The answers to these questions should drive both the current and future state of the IRS. Taxpayers are experiencing many problems today because the IRS lacks adequate resources to assist them. Since fiscal year 2010, we estimate the IRS's budget has been reduced by about 19% on an inflation-adjusted basis. That is a huge reduction for any organization, particularly one as labor-intensive as the IRS. This year, Congress has given the IRS an additional $290 million, which is very helpful, and I am hopeful Congress will continue to provide additional funding in the coming years to ensure our nation's taxpayers receive the assistance they deserve. Budget constraints have greatly influenced the IRS future state plan that envisions how the agency will operate in 5 years and beyond. A central component of the plan is the creation of and reliance on online taxpayer accounts. The IRS believes online accounts will produce significant cost savings and enable it to substantially reduce its expenditures for telephone and in-person assistance. The crux of my disagreement with the IRS boils down to whether taxpayers will ultimately use online accounts as a substitute for personal service or whether taxpayers will use online accounts as a supplement to for personal service. While I have long advocated that the IRS offer online account access to taxpayers, I believe the IRS is wrong in assuming online accounts will substantially reduce taxpayer demand for telephone and face-to-face assistance for many reasons, including that millions of taxpayers do not have Internet access, millions of taxpayers with Internet access do not feel comfortable trying to resolve important financial matters over the Internet, particularly in the face of massive security breaches on online government systems, and many taxpayers are not cookie cutter, thus requiring a degree of back and forth discussion that is better suited for conversation and that taxpayers will insist upon. Therefore, it is critical the IRS not develop future plans based on assumed cost savings that may not materialize. The IRS likes to say it needs to provide the same type of service that financial institutions provide to their customers. Well, the results of the most recent annual survey conducted by the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System shows that, and I quote here, while mobile banking users are utilizing technological platforms at a high rate and on a consistent basis, they have also maintained connections to their banks through the more traditional branch and ATM channels, end quote. Yet despite this evidence of consumer behavior in the financial sector, for several years now, the IRS has been reducing face-to-face taxpayer service options at its taxpayer assistance centers, and it has recently decided to switch to an appointment-only system at all of its TACs by the end of 2016. The TACs, which were previously known as walk-in sites, will no longer accept walk-in taxpayers. And the IRS is conducting a pilot under which it will not even accept tax payments from walk-in taxpayers. In short, the IRS is failing to meet the needs of many walk-in taxpayers for personal assistance, and I find the notion of declining to accept tax payments from walk-in taxpayers inexplicable and baffling for a tax collection agency. The results of the appointment-only TAC pilot show 20% of the taxpayers had to wait between 13 and 41 days to obtain an appointment, and 5% had to wait more than 41 days for an appointment. In my written testimony, I describe how taxpayers who arrive at a TAC without an appointment are being treated. I am also concerned that as taxpayers give up and stop going to the TACs because they are not providing adequate assistance, the IRS will use the data of declining usages to justify further reductions in in-person service. For many years and in many areas, the IRS has made more services more difficult to use and then touted the declining usage of that service as a basis to cut the service further and to eliminate it entirely. To me, that's disingenuous. I believe the IRS the future state must adopt as its North Star the needs of the vast majority of taxpayers who are willing to comply with the laws. I use the word willing here deliberately because it includes taxpayers who may not now be in compliance. These are taxpayers who want to comply, but for one reason or another are not able to. My point here is that rather than designing tax administration around the small minority of taxpayers who are deliberately evading payment of tax, we should design our rules and procedures to make it easier and clearer for the willing taxpayers to comply. In my opinion, any future state plan will fail unless the IRS changes its focus to prioritize taxpayer assistance and does a better job of listening to taxpayers and their representatives about what it takes to maintain and enhance voluntary compliance. Thank you, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Mr. Butow, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you.
If you'll push that red button right in front of you, or it will be red once you push it.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the subcommittee for holding today's hearing on the National Taxpayer Advocate's 2015 annual report to Congress. The Taxpayer Advocate and her office are critical voices to the rights of all taxpayers and the improvement of tax administration. Each year, the taxpayer's best friend, Nina Olson, and her team take a very productive approach to reducing taxpayer burden while increasing overall voluntary compliance. The IRS Electronic Tax Administration Advisory Committee, or ETAC as we're known, was formed by law in 1998 to make strategic recommendations to Congress on how to improve overall tax administration through electronic means. In short, we are objective, outside digital strategy consultants to the IRS. In the past few years, ETAC has been focused on two big challenges in tax administration today. First, the proliferation of tax identity theft, and second, the inadequate levels of taxpayer service at the IRS caused by an antiquated customer service model. The committee believes that a key solution to both of these problems is a more innovative, digitally enabled IRS. Much of this is outlined in the IRS's Future State Initiative. Now, to address the urgent problem of tax identity theft, the IRS Commissioner has formed a Security Summit, which is a coalition of state and industry leaders. ETAC applauds this collaboration with industry and for the IRS when working together with this important group to find solutions. Authenticating taxpayer identities is absolutely foundational to a digitally enabled IRS, and the Security Summit is working towards some innovative solutions to this challenge. But today I'm going to focus on the future state of taxpayer service at the IRS. Now, first, let's take a look at where we are today. Now, for most taxpayers interacting with the IRS, it's not quick, it's not easy, and it's mostly done by paper and phone. Most taxpayers have no idea about their tax information or their status at the IRS. And when they do have to interact with the IRS, they're often greeted with long wait times and extended answer periods. Now, these are big problems, especially for the 43% of taxpayers who have to interact with the IRS outside of filing a tax return. Now, the IRS's current state and their history, quite frankly, could leave us feeling quite pessimistic about the near-term possibility of modernizing taxpayer service. But the IRS has committed to a digitally enabled taxpayer service model with its Future State Initiative. The IRS Future State vision aligns with ETAC's vision of how taxpayers should be served by their tax administrator. Now, an ideal taxpayer experience allows taxpayers to fully understand their tax obligations, have transparent access to their tax information and status with the IRS, and allows the taxpayer to effectively and securely interact with their tax administrator in the way that they want to be served. Now, these are big statements, but they're not revolutionary. In fact, the future state mirrors the customer service experience that most financial institutions and many other companies already provide today. So what will the future state mean for taxpayers? First, it will mean transparency when there's hardly any today. Taxpayers will get information customized to their circumstances, including their specific tax responsibilities. The future state will also mean real-time taxpayer service. It will allow taxpayers to securely interact with the IRS online. Now, what about taxpayers who want or need to deal with the IRS in person or by phone? Now, these taxpayers, they're not left behind. It's true that increasing numbers of taxpayers prefer interacting online. When the IRS creates digital tools, it can meet their expectations. But importantly, by doing so, the IRS will also free up phone lines and IRS employees for taxpayers who really need and prefer human interaction. The IRS will meet taxpayers where they want to be served, whether it's online, by phone, by chat, by a taxpayer assistance center, a VITA site, or a low-income taxpayer clinic, or through a tax professional. Now, let me sum it all up. The future state of the IRS enables technology as part of a holistic taxpayer service strategy. The future state embraces digital solutions to allow the IRS to maximize its limited resources. It creates targeted capacity to serve all taxpayers the way they want to be served. ETAC endorses the digital service components of the IRS Future State Plan. Now, to take it a step further, we have advocated to Congress that the IRS actually accelerate these plans. But this won't be easy. We know that the IRS has many obstacles to overcome. And this includes satisfying all of us that the security of taxpayer information comes absolutely first. So on behalf of the ETAC, thank you for inviting us to testify on this important topic on the future state of the IRS. I'd be happy to take any questions from the subcommittee.
Thank you so much. The Chair recognizes the Vice Chair of the Government Operations Subcommittee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, for a series of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And probably the three of us being here indicates that we don't fear the IRS, right? So then why are we here? No, I certainly agree with the points you made about the general IRS employee attempting to do their job, but the difficult job. Ms. Olson, 2015 is the first year that the IRS has to implement a number of measures that are targeted with the Affordable Care Act. For example, one of those being the employer shared responsibility payment. Your report suggested that the IRS doesn't know which employees are going to be responsible for evaluating employers, so those employees probably will not have adequate training, if I understand the report. Let me ask you, what complexities will the IRS employees face in determining which employers must pay the employer shared responsibility payment?
I think there are a lot of questions about what employees are going to be included in some very complex calculations to determine who is covered, who should be covered, and then who isn't covered. And that all goes into the calculation of whether the employer is going to be penalized. And the penalty is very, very stiff and very steep. And our concern has been that we have heard from a lot of employers about the complexity of these determinations and that they have not been able to get answers in the way or with the speed that they need to get them. This is a new initiative, but I think this is where transparency and engaging with the population that's going to be penalized should have happened a long time ago and needs to happen now and really needs to heed them, what their concerns are.
Do you see any efforts toward that direction?
I think people are trying. I think that that it's not as open as I would like. I also think some of it is that the IRS isn't the only one involved in this. You know, they're getting information from other areas. The law is very complex, and there are lots of government agencies involved. It's getting better, but we want to see more engagement, and we want to see more guidance, even if it's put out there in a temporary format.
Okay. Another area with ACA is the work week, the hours, 30 hours provisions that's there. IRS, from your report, has failed to issue formal guidance about calculating full-time employees for the Employer Shared Responsibility Act. Has the IRS offered a reason why it will not help employers, especially when they can't use the website and the information on the website as a defense for failure to do it the way the IRS then says they should? Is there a reason why they won't help employers to understand their obligation?
I have not heard a reason, and we really focused in on that 30-hour calculation because that's what we heard a great deal from employers. You know, they need to have some certainty. In a way, they'll accept an answer as long as they have an answer so that then they can do their own programming. There's a whole domino effect to this guidance. You know, once you get it out there, people have to program their own systems. They have to do their assurance processes and things like that. And people are doing the best they can, and they're worried that they will be penalized and the penalties won't be abated if they show good faith effort. And we're trying to identify the issues and raise them to the IRS and get them to engage with the community.
Certainly guidelines ought to be a defense.
You would think so.
If they've attempted to follow
Yes.
it.
If you tried to follow what was generic out there on the website, that goes to the penalty abatement. But again, why would you want to put an employer in the position of having to ask for penalty abatement when they could have avoided the penalty in the beginning if they had the guidance?
Yeah. On the individual shared responsibility payment issue, you've indicated that in tax year 2014, approximately 412,000 taxpayers overpaid the penalty associated with a failure to comply. The average you stated was $123 per return. What percentage of taxpayers had to make the individual shared responsibility payment?
Pardon?
What percentage of taxpayers?
You know, I don't know the answer to that. It's in my testimony. It's in my annual report. I can get you that.
We have 412,000 taxpayers. It's just wondering what percentage
Of them all,
those.
I don't know the answer to that, but I can give you that.
We could get that. That'd be
percentage.
great.
Yeah. You know, those overpayments a lot of them were driven by software not asking taxpayers to identify their exemptions. And so they were actually exempt from having health insurance. but they didn't ask, and so the software didn't ask, and so they didn't tell anybody. And that's also true that some of the preparers didn't ask. We were able to work with the software companies to get some of those programs changed for this filing season, and we'll be looking very carefully at those overpayments to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Well, thanks for looking. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. So, Ms. Olson, one quick follow-up question. Is it the guidance ambiguous enough that the IRS should consider a waiver of penalties until we get the guidance more specific?
My personal opinion is that this law is so complex that for the first year, we should be very, very lenient and only apply a penalty where there's truly egregious, in-your-face ignoring of basic requirements. That this is a learning process, and we have to have a partnership with the employer population so that we can identify the issues, get clear guidance out there, use this filing season as a dry run. That is how I would have approached it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Olson. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for a series of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank both of the panelists for your willingness to help the committee with its work. I did have a question that was raised earlier about the Affordable Care Act. A big part of the funding mechanism for the Affordable Care Act was the so-called Cadillac tax. Now, the Cadillac tax applies to generous health care plans, a lot of union health care plans. I'm a former union president myself, so I've served as a trustee of a health care plan. The tax is about a 40% tax. It applies to both the employer and the employee. Now, Congress, in its wisdom, delayed the implementation of the Cadillac tax until 2020. However, the limit stays the same. So thousands and thousands, probably millions of more people will be in that Cadillac tax category when 2020 rolls around. On top of that, so for every dollar over the limit, you'll pay a 40% tax. So 40 cents for every dollar you put into your health care over the limit. And it's prorated for employer and employee. So the employee is going to have to pay more on the tax, this Cadillac tax, and the employer. And then I read it more closely, and then the tax itself, the penalty, is taxed. So it really comes out to like a 58 or 59% penalty on every dollar spent over that limit. I'm just wondering, do employees and employers know that? Do the health care plans realize?
Some of the problem with the Affordable Care Act, there's so many moving pieces in it that getting education out about all of these issues is very difficult. I have not looked at the statute specifically to see whether it's indexed for inflation.
It's not.
Then that would be something that we seriously need to look at.
We asked Mr. Gruber, Jonathan Gruber, who was one of the architects of this plan, and he explained that it was not adjusted for the rate of inflation because they wanted more and more people over time to be captured by that tax. And I'm a former, I'll confess, I'm a former union attorney and union president. In my history, I have dealt with a lot of union plans, not only for the iron workers, but for the Teamsters and the wardrobe workers. And so all of these plans are going to be, and a lot of these big companies like Gillette and Raytheon and funny, the people who sat down with their employees and worked out a plan for their health care plan, the people who did the right thing, they're the ones that are going to be hit with this tax. And it's a huge problem. And it's multiplied because of the amount of the tax, and now we've delayed it, so more and more people are going to be captured. And I'm just wondering, from the IRS position, are we educating consumers about that? Because when it hits, it's going to be like a tidal wave. It's going to wipe out a lot of health care plans. I'm just wondering if we have plans, contingency plans for that event.
I think this is something that, because it's so far off, it's not something that the IRS is thinking about messaging. And yet,
Yeah.
on the other hand, if you're really trying to drive people's behavior, you should be starting the messaging now so
Yeah.
that it sinks in and they can make the plans to not be hit in 2020.
Yeah.
You know,
The
I also,
dilemma is that costs of healthcare keep going up.
right.
And you're telling people you want them to spend less on, employers and employees, you're telling them because of the tax, you want them to spend less on healthcare.
Right.
And so there's a, it's tough to
From
reconcile.
the taxpayer's perspective, not indexing it, and I understand the policy reasons for why you wouldn't, but it's like the alternative minimum tax.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
it's
More and
so
more people get
It's
captured.
so irrational when
Yeah.
the taxpayer sees that number coming up, and they think they've held their withholding and everything like that, that you can have all the policy reasons in the world, but it feels profoundly unfair to the taxpayer.
Yeah. Mr. Butow, you have any comments on that?
I think I could echo what Nina says, and the ACA has got so much complexity to it, is that when you're dealing with the IRS, they're like, what's urgent now? And so what's urgent
Right.
now, what's urgent now, after a while, you look at what's urgent now, you fall behind on some things. And when you talk about falling behind in some of the individual shared responsibility or the employer shared responsibility penalty, you're looking at maybe the IRS should employ some of their administrative relief items like first-time abatement or such like that, so that it gives taxpayers some relief, because, taxpayers are getting caught up on this, not voluntarily being caught up on this. They're just a victim of not knowing what to do. So,
Right.
in order to promote voluntary compliance, by all means, I think you should give them a waiver of the first year.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Thank you both. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. We appreciate you being here. This is obviously very important to all of us and to all Americans. Ms. Olson, in your 2015 Taxpayer Advocate Report, you list the right to a fair and just tax system as a taxpayer right. You would agree to that, right?
Absolutely.
Do you agree that a fair and just tax system is one that ensures that the tax credits only go to those who are qualified to get them?
Absolutely. Taxpayers need to know that, everyone is paying the right amount of tax, and that would include not getting credits that they are not eligible for.
So it is inclusive in a fair and just tax
Absolutely.
system that tax rebates aren't going to people who shouldn't be getting them.
Absolutely.
Okay. In the report that we referenced earlier, you stated, or the report stated, that improper payments constitute 27% of the $65 billion that were handed out annually through the Earned Income Tax Credit. That amounts to $17.7 billion of improper payments. $17.7 billion of improper payments. How do filers obtain improper payments? How does that happen?
These improper payments come in when taxpayers fill out their tax return and claim the Earned Income Tax Credit. And the payments can occur overpayments can occur for many reasons. It can be that they are incorrectly stating their income. They can be claiming a child that they are not eligible to claim, because that's where most of the eligibility, that's the eligibility requirement, to have a qualifying child. The law is very complex, and it's easy to fall afoul. There are a percentage of those payments, although no one really knows, that are attributable just out-and-out fraud, whether it's that there's a preparer involved saying, okay, here you claim somebody else's child, or a taxpayer decides that they're going to claim somebody else's child.
Okay. Well, let me ask you specifically. Is it possible, in your research, has it indicated that illegal immigrants have received some of these improper payments from the Earned Income Tax Credit?
It should not be possible, because if they're undocumented.
But does your research indicate that it has?
I do not see that the IRS does not see that as a major issue, because for the Earned Income Tax Credit.
Not as a major issue, but
No,
is it an
but
issue?
I do not think it is, because for the Earned Income Tax Credit, you have to have a Social Security number and use that on the return. You cannot use an ID.
But we're not naive enough to believe that there aren't fraudulent Social Security numbers out there.
There are Social Security numbers that people, identity thieves are using, and if someone who's an undocumented person or an illegal immigrant, as you call it, files a return with someone else's Social Security number, that is identity theft.
I understand.
we have-
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I don't know that we're necessarily going to agree on this, but I want to ask you, is it possible for an illegal immigrant who's given or granted protection or protected status, for an illegal immigrant who's granted protected status under President Obama's executive actions, can they obtain the Earned Income Tax Credit?
If they have a Social Security number under that program that's authorized for work,
Is it possible to get a Social Security number under that
I don't
program?
know the answer under that program, but if under that program they could get a Social Security number authorized for work, they could claim the Earned Income Credit under the law.
So the answer to my question, can an illegal immigrant who is granted protected status under President Obama's executive orders obtain the Earned Income Tax Credit? The answer is yes.
If they have a Social Security number authorized for work. That's the requirement. That's in the Earned Income Credit, you have to have a Social Security number authorized to work. Your spouse has to have a Social Security number authorized to work. And your child that you're using has to have a Social Security number authorized to work.
Okay. As I understand it, improper payments of the Earned Income Tax Credit have increased since 2005. They've increased from 2005 to the present day.
There may have been an increase. I thought it was fairly
Is it
stable.
possible? Is it possible that that increase can be attributed to illegal immigrants?
My personal opinion is not. That's my personal opinion.
Does do any of the studies indicate and
None of
back
the
up your
IRS
personal opinion?
None of the IRS studies indicate that. I'm just telling you what the sources of the error for the Earned Income Credit, the majority of the errors are attributable to overstated income.
I understand, but I'm specifically interested in illegal immigrants who are getting this, and all I want to ask you, my final question, is the administration addressing, or the IRS, are you addressing this at all?
The IRS is certainly looking at undocumented persons who don't have Social Security numbers getting credits that they shouldn't be getting. They are certainly looking at that.
I would certainly hope so, because as we started out this conversation, a fair and just tax system would certainly involve that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes himself for a series of questions, and depending on votes, they're supposed to call votes here shortly. We'll see whether Mr. Lynch and I have a series of second questions. Mr. Butow, let me come to you. With the electronic filing, and that being your expertise, do you see that electronic filing has increased the likelihood of identity theft at the IRS? I need you to hit your button.
Absolutely. I think it's one of the elements that enabled it, right? So, when electronic filing and fast refunds have come about, it offers the opportunity for tax ID thefts to beat the IRS to the refund. So that they'll get the refund quick, long before the IRS has the ability to go ahead and verify them as a taxpayer.
All right. So if electronic filing has increased the likelihood of identity theft, further going more digital, as you mentioned in your opening testimony under the future state plan, would that exacerbate the chances of identity theft?
It could. It very well could. But if you adopt industry standards of authentication, it may in fact actually work in the opposite. One thing that we don't have in our system today is we don't verify taxpayers before they file. Anybody can come and go, right? Offering the opportunity for identity thieves to take someone's identity and go with it. If we were able to authenticate taxpayers before they filed, we would know who they are.
All right. So in that you make your living, I guess, with taxpayers being able to file electronically. Is that correct?
Actually, I don't file one tax return a year, so no, I don't make my living on,
Okay.
on the e-filing.
Well, your group does. I mean, I guess you're representing a
Yes,
group.
that committee, yeah, I mean, and generally, we're in favor of e-filing, right? That's the mandate the e-TAC has had since 1998. Our original goal was to get the IRS, when they were at 15-20% e-file rate, to 80%, and we've gone past that 80% goal.
Right. So if that is your goal, and you have private stakeholders that are making a profit based on that, and the potential danger is that because of that new model, that we're getting additional taxpayer identity theft, the hard question is what liability or what protections does the private sector have versus the federal government? And that's the fundamental question we have to have. Is this all the IRS's responsibility, or is there a responsibility for the preparer/authenticator, as you have just mentioned?
Well, I think it's a shared effort, right? I think it's definitely a shared effort, and that's what the Security Summit is looking to do, is to find where software companies can go ahead and put in those additional authentications, and they have done that.
All right.
But understand that detection at the back end of it is still ultimately just detection. Prevention would be a better method.
I understand that. So the last question I have for you is, what impediments are you finding that would stop the private stakeholders from assisting the IRS with that authentication process?
The IRS's willingness to do so, right? So
you're saying they're not willing to do so?
Well, the IRS is clearly, obviously, the tax administrator. Them dealing with private industry is I mean, obviously they're doing it more and more.
But this future state plan calls for more electronic filing and everything to be online, online and transparent, but online and digital in its nature, so that we go what we call to a virtual customer service rep versus a real customer service rep. So you're saying that they're not willing to help the stakeholders authenticate? Because that's a pretty bold statement. If it's true, we need to address it, but that's a bold statement.
No, what I'm saying is the IRS needs to view industry as a partner, right?
And they don't.
Well, it's a tenuous relationship, right? So you definitely need to look at if you want the best technology out there. I'm not sure that looking inside the IRS to understand that is the best place, right?
So how can Mr. Lynch, let me cut you off there because I'm running out of time. How can Mr. Lynch and I assist you with the IRS to make sure that it's a hand-in-glove approach versus I think your adjective was contentious? Did you say contentious?
It's tenuous.
Tenuous, okay, yes. All right, wrong word, but go ahead. Tenuous, how can Mr. Lynch and I help you there?
Well, I think by encouraging the IRS to work with industry. I mean, there's some barriers to going ahead and working with industry and on some of the disclosure rules that make it a barrier for sharing information. So there needs to be a partnership, a true partnership between the industry and the IRS when it comes to all things technology. The IRS can't expect to be a technology leader out there. There's many other people, many other companies and many other developers out there who are technology leaders.
Yeah, they're still programming in COBOL, so I understand that. Well, I've run out of time. I thank you. I've got some questions for Ms. Olson, but I'm going to go to Mr. Lynch and recognize him for a second series of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the, we've recounted some of the weaknesses in the IRS system, lack of personnel, that has diminished of recent years, lack of communication between the taxpayer and the IRS, the risk of ID theft through filings. Do we have any idea how many false tax returns get filed every year?
Oh, they're millions.
Yeah. Okay.
And I have
All right.
to say
we don't need to get into that. The complexity of the system as well, the healthcare information component that's come in recently, and then the infrastructure weakness as well. I understand some of the programs that the IRS is using date back to the Kennedy administration, which is sad. I'm just worried about, not just worried about, but I'm worried about the presumption of compliance, within the American people. And I think most people pay their taxes, try to do the right thing. I know there's countries where that is not the norm. I know Greece, very, very low compliance with tax laws. Nobody pays their, well, very few people pay their taxes. Mostly the government employees pay their taxes because the government takes it out right away. And I'm just wondering, with all these obstructions that I'm listing here, are we going to see a lower rate? Is there a trend now that you shouldn't pay your taxes, you should get off the grid? Is that something that might result because of all of these factors? Ms. Olson.
I think that particularly last year's filing season, when we had such a low percentage of the phone calls answered by the IRS, or when you won't take a payment in a walk-in site, this is sending a message that we can't deal with you. And a taxpayer would say, well, if you can't deal with me, I won't deal with you. The problem with that is the IRS will eventually find you, and it'll be very unpleasant when that happens.
Yeah.
And I think, my concern is about the future. It's a combination of where we are today. We've got this bright picture of the future, but our technology is so far behind today, and we're just talking about, a customer account, but the data into that customer account has to come from about 200 different case management systems. And, there are employees today who can't see into this system when they're trying to talk to a taxpayer on the phone, and you have to call somebody else to get the answer to that. So how that's going to merge in an online account, this is very, very complex. In the meantime, you also have the percentage of taxpayers who don't or won't use these accounts, and for very good reasons. And the other issue that I have about the online account is, as we try to protect the security of the taxpayer, and we should set very high standards for that verification, because we can't have one leak. I mean, that would be horrible. And the impact on compliance would be huge. Yeah. But if we set it high, we will have people drop out. The IRS right now is testing a version of the online account with IRS senior management and non-bargaining unit employees. So these are people who are fairly sophisticated financially. 50% of those volunteers could not get through the online account the first time around.
Yeah, that's not good.
50%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering my question. Thank you.
Ms. Olson, I want to come back to a few things that have been mentioned today, but one of the things I heard when you were in Western North Carolina, it was that we have a greater need for personal contact, that even with the online tools that may be here, that when that interaction, when there's a letter that comes from the IRS, that there is a desire to have not only a personal contact, but just someone who can manage the system. And the frustration that I heard in the room was of hours of holding, of just trying to get a real person somewhere who can answer the question. And then when they call back, that they don't leave enough detail, that it actually leaves kind of this, they pass the football back, but they're not sure who they're getting the pass from. Was that input in North Carolina different than what you've heard in your other panels across the country?
We have heard this consistently. We have heard both from taxpayers and practitioners that they want to talk to the IRS. For a taxpayer, they don't understand the notice that they've received, and they want to hear from the IRS what it means. And that would be true whether they get it electronically or they get it, in the mail. For the practitioners, they did say that they would find the online accounts very, very helpful, because they could look at the background, they could go online to their client's account, see what's going on in it, but then they would want to call the IRS. They would also use the account to monitor what happened after they talked to the IRS and the IRS said, we'll do X. So it could get rid of some phone calls and, might get rid of 2 phone calls out of every transaction. But they still, for that critical, what are you, let me tell you this, let me hear from you. They want that interaction.
So obviously, part of that is a resource issue.
Yes.
Part of it is not a resource issue, it's a commitment issue. And the reason I say that is I heard about, in your testimony, you talked about having to schedule an appointment for walk-up centers. Now, we all love the fact that we need an appointment, but the other part of that is that what is perplexing to me is you have a willing taxpayer willing to give some of their hard-earned dollars to the IRS and show up, and they're saying, we can't take the payment because you don't have an appointment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that not insane? I mean, I've worked in collections. I won't make you comment on whether that's insane or not.
I'm perfectly fine commenting on it. It is insane. I don't understand the policy. I think it says to the taxpayers standing there saying, what?
So we've heard a little bit about a directive memo that would suggest on what, as people try to comply, where there's this compromise and they're saying, okay, here's my down payment. And in the past, is my understanding, in the past, if they're not up to speed on all their tax returns, we've taken that money and we've held it and said, you need to get caught up, and once you get caught up, we'll be able to agree to this. Is it true that now when someone comes in with a check and a compromise, that if they are not caught up, that we're sending the check back to the taxpayer? Is that true?
The IRS released a memo this week saying if you file an offer in compromise and you give us your down payment, and you're not in compliance with all your tax returns, we are sending the money back to you, we are sending the offer back to you and saying get in compliance.
So I will ask a second time, is that not insane?
Yes, it is insane.
Okay, so we have American taxpayers who are willing to pay their taxes, albeit maybe reluctantly, but they're willing to do it, and we have the IRS who is giving the money back or refusing to take the money because they don't have an appointment.
Yes, that makes no sense.
That should be headlines. I mean, I don't understand why we would do that. So what can Mr. Lynch and I and Mr. Jordan and I do with Commissioner Koskinen to help him perhaps see the error of their ways? What would you recommend?
I think raising this in this hearing has certainly done a lot. But I honestly think that the IRS needs to do a better job when it makes these decisions of analyzing the consequences of these decisions and not just look at we're saving money because we're not handling these in-person contacts that are $60 per contact. You may have spent $60, but you might have brought in $5,000 by serving that taxpayer in that walk-in site. And that's not the analysis that's happening, and that needs to be asked for.
Would you be willing to give this committee in the next 45 days or so your recommendations on what legislative fixes that you would recommend? Or actually, I'm asking you to do that.
Yes.
And so if you would be willing to do that, what I would like to do is to make sure in a bipartisan way we address that. There are a number of others. I think they're about to call votes. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Ohio for a series of questions.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Olson, thank you for being here and for work of your office. Are you familiar with we had earlier this week the GAO here in this committee room talking about the $385 billion annual tax gap that exists? You're familiar with the GAO's report?
I haven't read their most recent, but I'm very familiar with the tax gap in their work.
Yeah, and would you agree that that's a pretty accurate figure they've put on it? I mean, the gentleman here from the IRS, frankly, agreed with GAO's finding.
Well, I think that data comes from the IRS,
So you think it's right?
So it's as correct as, it's the known tax gap. There's an unknown tax gap, criminal activity, things like that. But yes, I think there's a general consensus that's the figure.
And obviously, all the Americans who pay their taxes would expect that all the revenue should be generated and that they would get the type of service that, they need from or expect from their government, and that's maybe not happening because of the failure to collect all the revenue due.
We have looked at the tax gap as a surtax on the taxpayers who are paying their taxes.
Exactly right. And GAO recommended 112. GAO had 112 recommendations to the IRS that would help deal with this significant tax gap. And our understanding is that the IRS has only implemented 53 of those 112 recommendations. Is that your understanding?
That, I think, is what the report said, yes.
Yeah. And obviously, that, too, seems to be not reflective of what's best for taxpayers, the failure of the IRS to implement all the recommendations. And the chairman was just talking about this appointment issue, which I didn't know about, which is, as you've said a couple times, I think is crazy. Maybe I think the term you used or the chairman used was insane. Did any of the 112 recommendations deal with that issue?
Not to my knowledge.
So there should be 113 at least then.
Sounds like.
Okay. Okay. The one thing I'm concerned about is an IRS that won't implement 112, now 113 recommendations that make sense, that will help taxpayers, treat them with the respect they deserve, is focused on something that I think potentially can harm taxpayers, harm their most fundamental liberties, and that is this whole geolocation stingray operation. Are you familiar with what stingray technology does?
I have a high level of understanding. I'm not detailed level,
Okay.
but I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, and the witness who was here earlier this week said that he believes, we posed a number of questions to Mr. Dalrymple, who frankly couldn't answer many of them, but said he'd get back with us. But one thing he did offer to the committee was that he believes 37 times this technology, which without a probable cause warrant, was used on American taxpayers.
By the IRS.
By the IRS, yeah. I mean, good point. There are other agencies using it too, with I believe without Fourth Amendment probable cause type of warrants, and that the IRS is currently in the process of purchasing an additional Stingray unit, additional technology, at the cost of several $100,000. Would you believe? Do you believe that's in the best interest of taxpayers?
I don't know that I have enough information to answer that question. I need to know who is going to use it and what are the protections for using it. And I don't have the knowledge about that. If it were available to anyone on the civil side of the IRS as opposed to the criminal side, and due process protections and court orders were not being
Let me ask the question this way,
Yes.
Ms. Olson. Of those 112 recommendations that GAO made to deal with the $385 billion tax gap, that we now know should frankly be 113 recommendations based on the discussion between you and the chairman, do any of those 113 recommendations encourage the IRS to purchase an additional Stingray technology unit?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. So, but potentially, at least potentially you would agree with me that this Stingray technology infringes on the very taxpayers you're supposed to be advocating for, infringes on potentially their most fundamental liberties.
I have a lot of concerns about its use. I share your concerns.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, of the panelists, and thank you to the ranking member. The IRS is developing the taxpayer experience of the future. Virtual taxpayer assistance through individual online accounts will replace the personal interaction for digital savvy taxpayers. So, Ms. Olson, you write in your report that this plan has been driven by a really important consideration, and that is the lack of appropriate funding and continual cutbacks to the operations of the IRS. In your opinion, does the plan have the potential for making the agency more efficient in saving money for the future?
I personally don't think so. I think it will create a lot of rework for itself.
And if you were to move forward with this program, is it important or is it necessary for Congress to make a lot of contributions or contribute substantially to the cost of it, or?
Well, it's going to require some significant upfront cost, revamping
about how
whole
much do you think?
systems. I really couldn't give you that estimate. I think it's parts of it are in the president's budget proposals, things like that. But it is, just because we have systems that are still in COBOL, because we are just very archaic in our systems, to pull something off like this, to have it really an integrated system, is going to cost a lot of money. A total re-engineering of the IRS's IT.
Mr. Butow, most recent annual report to Congress from your organization makes the observation, and I quote, "Future challenges require digital transformation at the IRS," and you state, and I quote, "The IRS needs to transform its taxpayer services and compliance capabilities for the efficiency through digital tools." It's been reported that some of IRS's systems date back to the Kennedy administration. Will those systems support the transformation that you're talking about, Mr. Butow?
Yeah, ultimately. Now, this is not going to happen overnight. I mean, what the IRS needs to do is build, if they want to have an online presence, an online taxpayer service, they need to start iterating on that now, which means give us a solid plan of what the details are and start improving on each iteration. So as the IRS develops its capabilities, those systems that support those capabilities will need to be upgraded.
The IRS Commissioner, John Costigan, acknowledges the responsibility to serve all taxpayers, including those who prefer personal over digital interaction. And I guess I'll ask this question to both of you. Is there anything that you would that you have not seen in this plan that you believe should have been included to improve taxpayer services?
Well, my disagreement with the IRS is that we all agree that an online account is vitally important. My disagreement is that the online account is not going to substitute for in-person, or phone assistance, that personal contact. It will supplement it. And as I said in my testimony, the Federal Reserve has borne that out in its surveys over the last 5 years, that people who are digital mobile banking users visit their branches on average 3 times in the month before the survey, by 87%. I mean, it's an extraordinary percentage. People want multiple choices, and they will use the online account, they will also use the phones, and they will also do face-to-face. And we should provide that to them, and I don't see that in the plan.
Yeah, I would agree with all those statements. This is not a replacement. This is absolutely not a replacement. Now, but we need to go online. The IRS needs to go online. It needs to serve taxpayers where they want to serve. There's an increasing preferences as the millennials come online. They want to deal digitally. Tax professionals who file 57% of the returns out there, they want to interact with the IRS digitally just for basic information. Now, when it gets to more complicated areas of tax administration, things like in compliance, then I think there's a higher opportunity where people want to go ahead and talk with the IRS, but they should be able to interact with them online also.
I agree with you. It's certainly the wave of the future. Everything's online, particularly with the younger generation.
New York State is a great example of it. Right?
They communicate almost entirely online and read online. They're not even reading normal newspapers. Everything's online. So I feel it's a way we have to move and go towards. Is the IRS moving towards going online or not?
That is definitely its view of the future.
But right now, can you interact online? Can you?
No, you cannot.
Ask,
You
certain
can
basic questions
you can
should be
find out
answered
where your
online.
refund is. The IRS last October took off the only service it had where you could email a question and have someone answer it back to you. So even as it's moving forward, it's moving backwards.
Okay, my time has expired. Thank you.
I thank the gentlewoman. I thank both of you for your testimony. They've called votes, and we've only got a few minutes left. And so I think we're both going to skip our closing remarks and just say thank you so much for being here today. If there's no further business before the committee stands adjourned.
There we go.
You got your own record. Did
Say
you
what?
expect all the ACA stuff?
Yeah, they did.